starting out up there.
Yep.
Okay, I call to order the Roseville Board of Commissioners work session, May 16, 2023. Thank you guests that's here tonight, and also the ones that's watching on live stream. We have a few items on the agenda, but before I start, I want to make sure, I think one commissioner is requesting agenda addition. Is that right?
Correct.
And that would be budget amendment?
Correct.
Okay,
And it may not be an amendment, but a discussion.
okay. Budget amendment discussion. We'll add it to agenda and vote on it. Be number 5, no, maybe number 4. Move number 4 to 5. Any discussion, question on that? All right. Have a motion to approve the amended agenda?
Second.
Who, yeah,
So
you made the
Oh.
motion. All right. Diane made the motion, Sheila second. Any other discussion? Not hearing any, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you, board. At that time, now we got 4 items on the agenda, and the first one is ADW Town Campus Plan. Kelly, I see you up at the mic, so I imagine you're going to kick this thing off, so
Yes,
it's all yours.
Mayor and Town Board. Tonight, we are coming back. We convened on February 21st to kind of have an introduction session on your property that you own at 406 and 408 Young Street. This is an effort that we hired ADW Architects to come in and do some master planning with us and ultimately try to select a master site plan that we can work with that would house future governing buildings for Town of Roseville and a Wake County Library. First, I just want to acknowledge your guests, Mayor. I think we have some neighbors in the audience, and so thank you for showing up. And we want to talk about that at the end of our session, a little bit more about that. So just a couple things that have occurred since we met on February 21st. So we're outlining my memo, but I'll just review them quickly. So you approved since then Parker Ridge Development. And if you remember, there was a Access D road that you approved as a condition of that, and that road went through our parcel, and the developer agreed to pay for and build that. So right now, we have a condition that shows a road on our parcel, and we can talk a little bit more about that. But we've talked to that developer at least 3 times, I believe. They have actually been on our property. They've actually done some surveying. They're doing some site conditions. They're really trying to assess how much that road's going to cost them to build, so they're trying to gather some information. We've also held a Wake County staff session showing some of these options, all of these options that we're presenting tonight, to make sure that they had a chance to give their comments and input on where the future Wake County Library is going to go. I can tell you right now, everything's been very positive in that relationship, and it feels like there's not many hurdles for their committee to continue, and they're excited to continue in this partnership with us. And then just as an aside, we also did include the police chief in that review, so he had a chance to look at it because that is the one specialty building that we have that we want to make sure he had that input. So tonight we have Keith Carline. You remember Keith from ADW. He's going to walk through the presentation that you have in your packets, kind of facilitate your discussion. He's here as long as you are, but he'll just go through those and then open for your discussion and dialogue. So with that, Keith?
Yep. All right, thank you. Commissioners, Mr. Mayor, everybody, excited to be back. We did a lot of talking last time and just kind of wrote down thoughts and priorities and some stuff like that last time, but it's exciting to be here this time because we actually have some drawings to look at, and it's pretty exciting, some of the things that we'll be looking at here, and it'll just keep getting more exciting as we proceed in this. But Kelly did a good job of giving you a quick summary. Let's see here. If I can. Who's that? There we go.
We may need to, you know how to do a red dot?
I can probably use the mouse.
Okay.
That'll work.
Well, maybe, sometimes you can't. Go ahead.
We'll see. Okay, so just kind of go through this. You guys have gotten a sneak peek at it, which is great. It's always a lot of information just to absorb it one time. So the fact that you have a chance to kind of see it ahead of time, I think, is very helpful. I think we're looking for finding good ways to identify this campus, and this project will really have a lot of shaping for Rolesville. So it's really important, whether it's physical spaces or whether it's just little park-like components, things like that. You'll see in our designs that we have visions of all of these things coming together. There's a lot of, we discussed, and we'll talk about green space, and a lot of times people might think of a green space in a formal setting, more like a campus in the past where it's a big lawn with maybe some sidewalks in it. But it doesn't have to be that way. It can be very dynamic. And so we just wanted to show some images kind of showing how exciting some of that could be, a lot more than just a static kind of green space. Hardscapes within it, whether there's seating built in, with benches, things like that, water features perhaps. We have a lot of, kind of natural, we'll talk about it in a second, but there's some wetlands out there that could be enhanced and turned into an asset, not a problem, is the way we kind of are looking at that. So there might be some neat bridges that could go across in certain areas, and beautiful landscaping, great places to walk, get some exercise, things like that. This image here shows all kinds of different kind of natural ways of doing things, even parking lots. You can see there that there's one where we're really looking. These are called bioswales, where it's a natural way to filter and clean the water. Usually it's curb and gutter, goes to piping, and goes to a pond, right? So there's more creative ways to sometimes handle some of those things. So these are all just ideas, just kind of throwing them out there to help paint a picture. Oops, this is not the right one. Oh, we got the wrong one. Let's see. Yeah, maybe that was an old one that was on the desktop already, do you think? Let's see. If it's the same one. Yep, that's the wrong one. All right, let me see what I got in my thumb drive here. There we go. Well, we'll just use this. This will work. Okay, sorry about that. Let's see. Thought it looked a little different. Sorry. Here we go. This has got more information up front too. I was thinking we were missing. So let me just kind of restart on some of that. So there were certain things about the infrastructure we were going to talk about today. The road location, Kelly mentioned with the developers access road is definitely something for discussion. We've got some options where we show it, where they're proposing it, and then some options that would move it. So we've had discussions, as Kelly mentioned, to talk through that, and they were gracious enough to give us a bit of a pause, but it's a bit of a pause. They're ready to keep things rolling, I think. So, but we appreciated that. We talked a little bit about the fire station early on. We did do a study where we could see where it might be able to fit on the site, but there's so much competition for space, and the timing on that is not clear. So while we studied it, and we do have a location it could go to, we didn't continue developing that much further at this point. I talked about the wetlands, again, trying to look at that as an asset, not as a problem, I think is important. And then the community center and our library, we looked at actually some unique ideas. Most of them have them as two separate facilities, but we also looked at the possibility of combining it. There's some synergies there for sure. So, so those are things we'll look at in our designs. The public space, kind of how it's related. So there's some that are much more natural and flowing and connect to nature, and then there's some that are more about convenience of parking and road access, things like that, so there's differences. We already talked about the formality of green space versus more natural, so we'll keep looking at that. And then connecting to the surrounding context will be really important. We really want to, as I mentioned, create a sense of place here, you know, so this is a good opportunity to kind of shape everything, so let's see. Just wanted to mention, while you're going to see 5 options, we had all of these others we had presented, plus we probably doubled this in the office going through. There's so many different ways you could do this. There's definitely pros and cons in them all. We tried to narrow it down to the 5 that we thought were most relevant. But just to let you know, there's been lots of study there. Mentioned that. We mentioned the meeting with the county, obviously. Some continuing site analysis that will continue, and after tonight, hopefully we'll be able to start honing in more on a specific option, but a little more detail on the impact of the wetlands. The more we disturb, the more permitting and the more costs associated with that. So some of these, it's very minimal, and some a little more. So we would need to do a little more work on that, depending on what we look at. Obviously, DOT will have huge impact on relocation of driveways, whether it's fully functioning intersection versus a right-in, right-out. Some of these have 2 entrance points. So, just off of East Young Street. So those will be something I'll mention. We talked about the developers road and their timing, but also, I think as Kelly mentioned, they're trying to put together budgeting, right? So if we do modify things, there might be, if we're asking them to modify what they were going to do, there might be some cost sharing component to that, but all that's to be determined still. The goal for tonight really would be, ideally, if you guys could come to a consensus and give us a direction on one option. We could go and take that to that next level of development. And we'll talk more about that at the end, but that would be the ideal goal tonight. If there's in between discussions on that, we'll see, but that would sort of be the goal. So we already talked about planning and sense of place. We talked about green space and hardscape and natural features. Those are all kind of the same thing we looked at. So, all right, so back to, again, looking at your site, just overall location. Everybody's very familiar with that. There is a lot of terrain out there. It may look pretty flat generally, but it is kind of rolling a little bit. And then we've identified in blue the current location, knowledge of location of where wetland areas would be. So our goal in that is to try to minimize our impact into that. It'll be beneficial for the project and budget and timing and all that. So some other infrastructure items that we've already touched on. But again, the developer's road to his development is located at the bottom of the site there. So this is actually from their drawings of what they had proposed to you previously. It's just a straight shot there. It's a full movement intersection. And then the blue potential road would be a connector to Main Street. Again, that could be done in different phases or timing. It's just something we had talked about before, that there could be a lot of advantages to some connectivity that direction as well. It does go through some of the wetland areas, so there's an impact associated with that. So I thought it would be helpful. We kind of rendered these up in a similar fashion. We just took your original study that had been done in the past and tried to color it kind of the same way, just to show where we'd sort of started from. It has that formal green that maybe I was describing earlier that wasn't as dynamic, but it was very formal and could be nice, and the building's organized around that, parking close by. This doesn't obviously account for the newer road that is planned below. So, this was done way before that. But we thought it'd be helpful just to kind of refresh and show that. So, again, we have 5 different options. We'll start with one, and these aren't necessarily ranked in any order from our standpoint. They're just sort of what seem to be maybe the 5 most viable options. The idea here is that you'd have this nice formal exposure out on Young Street with buildings kind of flanking the main entrance. Town Hall is a nice focal point as you come in. Traffic circle with signage, maybe flags, things like that in the center there. It could just have a nice civic presence as you pop into the campus. As you kind of curve down the road, heading back towards the back of the site, the community center in this option would be kind of looking out on the wetland area, kind of the natural area, if you will.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Are you using a pointer right now?
No.
Can you?
Sure. I'll do that. So, so this road here, the community center is located here.
Show your red dot if it makes it easier for you.
Okay.
And also, can you, I couldn't really see this, but where is the connector to Main Street? Like, what is it going through? I couldn't see it.
It's not going to work on your PowerPoint.
Yeah, since it's a PDF. So the connector, here, I can go back just a little bit here. So this blue road going up and down here is a possible location for a connector to Main Street.
Well, what is that cutting through?
That property, Kelly, you know.
So
probably
that
better than I
is,
do.
the Blue Road is directly off the Comprehensive Traffic Plan, CTP. It's coming off Main Street. It has not necessarily been identified, but if you take the plan and draw a line, that's where it is. So it's there, it's part of your plan, it's not necessarily been approved by you all, except for the plan says that's where it should be.
But what is that cutting through, though? Is that just woods?
Yeah, it's a Scarborough land. Scarborough's up north,
Okay.
and then eventually it makes its way up to Main Street.
I'm
And,
sorry.
and really, we're showing that because that's been in discussion as something that the town would master plan to try to do eventually at some point. So it doesn't have to be part of this project, but.
Does that make
that's-
sense,
That's where
Michelle?
we're
So
showing.
it's the Scarborough Farm property up to Main Street, and then across our property goes through, as Keith showed, it goes some wetlands and some woods.
So it's not really cutting through any neighborhoods?
There's been no determination where it actually goes yet.
Oh, okay.
We just show it as the CTP reflects it. That is something we have to decide on, though, if we want it and if that's where it goes.
Okay, so again, option one, this is showing the library out on Young Street with a nice frontage, police station with a nice frontage there, kind of bookends, if you will, for the main entrance, a nice traffic circle here with the town hall located kind of centrally there. So again, you get that sort of nice civic campus first impression as you pull in here. All of the buildings, with the exception of the library, are showing basically two-story buildings and room for future expansions. Again, kind of working off of your space needs work that had been done previously, but also trying to master plan for the future and make sure there's space for growth. As you come out of the traffic circle and back towards the neighborhood, you would have the community center located here, and on the north side, basically north side, we'd have sort of the natural wetlands area. So they'd have a more natural feel, kind of with the views coming out that direction. In this one, we're showing the Veterans Memorial located here, kind of surrounded by the natural area. So it's a little more of a contemplative location. It's not right out in the middle of everything, but it could be really beautiful all around there. And then there's parking, close enough by to be able to go and visit that. But it would also be visible from this road as you're driving by in this option. So, one of the things here is that we would be asking the developer to do something different than what they were looking at. Again, as I mentioned, we have some options that don't do that. And, I guess another thing that we would really need to vet out more with DOT is what are they going to allow with this intersection and its proximity to Perry Street. DOT has pretty specific requirements for distances and things like that. It might just need a deceleration lane, or they may want it pushed down further. So there's still things about this one that would need to be reviewed more, but this one really does work very nicely with the wetlands and makes it into a nice design feature. If you don't mind, I'll keep going through. I'm happy to answer questions as we go, but then I'll come back to them. Does that sound good? And then we can kind of go through them all first.
Keith, may I just mention one thing? For all 5 options, one consistent is a dedicated parking lot for the police department. That is a secure area, so everyone has that opportunity, right?
Yeah, so with police station design, usually they're sort of a more front of house and back of house type side. So we'd have, like the public parking lot more towards the entry of the building. If somebody was coming in for a report or something like that, they would come there, and then it's more of a secured area, for more of the day-to-day function type things.
So that's
located in the back.
fenced.
That would be fenced, correct. And we would do
On all
that.
5 of them, you said?
Yeah. It's more of a functional thing for police station design. So, but it would be in this situation, imagine like a decorative aluminum fence, and maybe on the more public sides, even like masonry piers or something, something nice looking, that would. Okay, so concept 2 is a little different. Again, it tries to work with the wetlands and natural area in the center here. But it works more with the developer's road location. So from a DOT standpoint, they'd probably like that with the distance where it's at, but still tying in with a nice civic, maybe roundabout there, and separate drives off to the police station at the top corner, the library at the top here, and the community center below, and still the town hall kind of in the center there. But it's a much more natural and less formalized setting. The Veterans Memorial, again, has a nice setting here between the community center and the town hall and near the natural elements. And while the county and the library, felt like they could do any of these options, they really liked this idea because they were also fronting that natural area, and they felt like that would work really well with some of their programming to have kind of the setting, that nice setting there for all of these buildings looking out at it. Again, the police station is just a little bit different in its function. The other thing is that this would maintain most of the developer's road coming back here as well, so we're impacting that plan much less in this option. Concept 3, okay, so in a way, this kind of brings back a little bit of that initial study where you have a more formalized green space in the front and center. You've got, buildings flanking this green space, and the town hall, it's a more formalized campus type setting there. But then on the back side, you've got this nice natural kind of green space and all. And then we showed the Veterans Memorial on that, so it has a nice sort of on the backside of the town hall and then leading right out to all the beautiful green space out there. So a little different here. You'd have a much lower volume of traffic on this top drive. That would be more of a right in, right out, possibly parallel parking we're showing. And then this would leave the developer's road exactly as they had it. Now, one nice thing about this is, well, I guess it could be a pro or a con depending on your perspective. In the other ones, the traffic coming on that road is kind of going through the town center more. Less in that second one, but in that first one, it was certainly going through there. Here, it's sort of bypassing it just a tad. So you could probably view that in a couple different ways, but that is definitely a difference there. The other thing would be like for the library to get over to the green space, they definitely have to cross some traffic. So that's maybe a little bit of a downside of that, but generally everything here has convenient parking and room for expansion and all that as well. Okay, concept 4. So this one really kind of has similar circulation through the site. The developer's road down at the bottom remains the same, and then there'd be a smaller volume kind of cut through there. This has sort of each of these buildings broken out and convenient parking, but then it's all centered around this really nice natural green space in the center. We impact the wetlands a little bit more in these where this drive's going across. But this could have a really nice feel. And then we moved the Veterans Memorial to sort of a different location, maybe a little bit quieter spot up above there. Not right in the middle. It could go right in the middle also. I mean, there's lots of options, sub-options, that you could keep doing. So this one was just a little bit different. Again, it has a nice frontage of these two multi-story buildings right off of Young Street. And then would have just a really nice vista looking down through the center there, I think. Would be quite striking. And then the last one we were going to show tonight was to look at it a little differently. I think I'd mentioned a little bit at the beginning that the possibility of combining the library and community center with some synergies there, that was something that was brought up that we wanted to take a look at. And so this is showing a combined, it doesn't mean it has to be this shape necessarily, but the nice thing about this is it fronts that natural area directly. Town Hall, is across from that, but is located right on Young Street. I'd say a downside with this is there's a little more parking out towards the front. When you combine these two facilities, there's a lot of parking that's required. The library wanted 90 spaces just for their facility, plus the community center, if you think about games and next teams coming and stuff like that. So you definitely would have a lot of parking, but it's a different idea, and we certainly wanted to take a look at that. We had another option where we had it down below and the road kind of around above it, and it felt like a big box warehouse almost. It just didn't, it felt too car focused in that. So this one felt a little better with it being on the green on the one side, so. So before we go, I don't want to go on. Why don't we go back and just solicit some feedback as we go through them. We can go one by one and see if y'all have any questions or specific thoughts.
I didn't like number 5. Don't like the police station being off the road. And the library and the community center, that can be a noisy, and a lot of traffic going past the library.
Keith,
Not all the time, just sometimes. So, but yeah, the police station should not be in the back.
Keith, I
Come
thought early in the process we talked about getting some public input on the options. Did we decide not to do that?
No, I think that's something we were going to talk about next, is what you guys envisioned for that piece too, so.
Because I would love, personally, like the public to kind of give us comment. I mean, we have to choose. But you said something about you wanted a choice tonight if we could do it.
If you guys want to solicit public input before that's fine. It's really your process, it's your project, so we're happy to go in any direction you wanted. And it might be that maybe we narrow down some, and then pick 3 or something you want, or kind of what you guys think.
I gave my input. I just don't think the police station should be in the back. If they need to get out quick, I mean, it's not a long road. I mean, it doesn't seem to be like it's a long road, but
Having the police station up front's nice because it's it's a beacon of safety in the community, so it's good to have it nice and present. They don't quite turn out typically like a fire station, like when a call comes, they got to race out in 1 minute, So I assume a lot of your officers are out patrolling. But yeah, I mean, it's a great point.
So I do have a question about the fire department. So we don't have a timeline on that. So if it came about that we do have to make space for a fire department, is there space on these plans for that?
Well, we identified the ideal location, I'll put it that way. Really up here towards where the library is. I can go back and show you. The problem really was the amount of spaces, amount of buildings that we were trying to feed into that. It really became very, very tight on this site. This is actually.
With the fire department, you're saying?
Yeah, with that in there.
Building concept 4.
Yep.
We'll get back to that. We'll show you the one.
I probably have a blow up of it on this one, actually. 4? Mm-hmm.
3.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep, there we go.
Okay, number 4, right where, and I wish I had one, but you just go over to where the open space is at.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, right-
Over here?
Go down, right there is where the fireplace could go to, and that way they can come off immediately, they get a call, go around the access road and go directly out.
Where's the red dot?
It's, I don't have a
Can
red
you-
dot, but
Can you
the
use
That's
the
a
white
wet
arrow?
area.
arrow where I'm circling, if you can see that.
I think that's a wet area.
That's what area.
I think.
Well, this is the wetlands here. That would be the thing we need to look at. But you're right, there, maybe on this side of the site, that's a possibility with them coming out on this access road. You know, the one concern is safety, you know, just having kids around, running around. That was the main reason we were trying to get them straight out onto Young Street with the egressing trucks. Transiting through area that might have people in the parking lots, kids running around. In general, we would, if we could, try to avoid it, but it doesn't mean we can't do that. We've done fire stations in neighborhoods before, so.
But you were saying that initially you all were looking at it to be on Main Street, not Main Street, Young Street.
If it was on this parcel, yes, that was the ideal location in our mind. I might have
And so out of these, on this page with these 16 or 20, in there somewhere as a concept with the fire station in there?
yeah, let me see if I've got it in here. I think.
Just
I
out
do.
of curiosity.
There we go.
Because where is it now?
So it was up in this top corner.
So then what's that, move that to the very back there?
So that was the police station, the community center
The community center?
moved back
Okay.
here. Yeah.
Okay.
As you can see, it really maxes out that site a lot. I don't know that it's not possible. It's just, we felt like we were trying to squeeze a little too much in here
Yeah.
at this point. But, yeah, we felt like from a safety standpoint, the trucks egressing out in this top corner was the safest bet. You shouldn't have any pedestrian traffic other than perhaps just, you know, normal sidewalk traffic going through there where, like if it was back here, you might have trucks kind of, I say racing, but, you know, heading out here in an expedited fashion and you never know who's coming out of these
Right.
parking lots. So that would be the only downside with it being back there. It may fit back there, but that was the thought process there, is just from a public safety standpoint.
I guess to follow up with kind of where April was going with that, if we want to reserve a spot for the fire department, we'd have to go with one of the designs that you got with it shown. Is that right?
I mean, this would be the ideal one. We could look at the other options though too and see if we want to dedicate a space for that. I know there was some discussion as to whether they could try to reuse some of the property they were on, but that of course is a challenge in itself. Just what do you do in the meantime and all. You know, and I don't know if other land was in the future a possibility or
But
not.
I think
too,
the
but-
answer, Mayor, is yes. You'd have to reserve a spot if you want it on this, and if it's not in front of the other buildings, and it would be a phase of some sort down the line.
So then that brings into question the wetlands that are going to have to be affected by the other buildings in the back, that community center back there. And then also on a roadway, somewhere I believe that I read that there would have to be a bridge over the wetlands. Did I,
We would have to cross them. So there may be a way to do that with large culvert
Is that
Same
on that
structures.
extension to Main Street, or is
That's
that on the road that the developer's building?
Just on, if we did the extension.
Okay,
That's
okay,
right.
okay.
This road does not appear to be anywhere near it. so,
Okay.
Yeah. But that could be a significant cost with implementing this road. You know, bridge would be very, very, very expensive.
Yeah.
We can price that in our in our steps when we're estimating, but that would be a potential big cost for that road.
No matter where the road is built up in that area, it's going to have to cross over the wetlands, correct?
Looks
So
like
some
it.
sort
Yeah,
of
but it's
bridge is
pretty
going to be
much right
needed.
through there, so. The original study did have kind of a curved road on this side of it, like tying into this, so that might be an alternate idea. We're already impacting it some here, so I think our goal is to be less than a half acre. Will make things regulatory wise much better for the town. But
On one of these drawings, it has a police department addition of 8 stories. I'm hoping that was a typo, or is there some reasoning behind that?
no, that would have been a typo.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
I'm like, what's going on here? Because I don't think our LDO even allows that. And it looks to me like, you explained that the library needs so many spaces, and I'm assuming the police department needs so many spaces, but on a couple of these, it looks like a crazy amount of parking spaces. And I'm sure there's reasoning behind all of that, but what is it?
So we know the library has requested 90 dedicated spaces.
Yes.
For their function. So then town hall, you'd be looking at, your initial space needs study. We'll go back and double check how many offices were in that, but we've got 20,000 square feet, so that's sizably increased, obviously. So all of the offices, there, you'd probably, ordinance-wise, it may be a little less.
So the size of the building and the occupancy of the buildings?
Yeah, and your board meeting chamber and things like that would
Okay.
dictate some of that. There's probably some times that overlap that can be kind of flexible. Actually, one nice thing about this one is it's kind of shared. So, there might be times where town hall needs a little bit more, and then there might be times where the library needs a little more. So having them kind of together works pretty nice there.
I think the one that really caught my eye was the 147 spaces on the community center. But I'm assuming that's because it's so big. On number 2, I was like, that's a lot of spaces. But then if you have a ball game in there, I guess if you could, whatever.
Yeah, so we could come up with some more accurate counts. We were really kind of at this point, what we want to do is just see what can we do.
An idea.
And
Okay.
then as we narrow it in down to 1, then we'll go and really refine all
Got
the
it. That
details.
makes sense. That
And we'll
makes
meet with DOT and all those other kind of layers that would need to happen as well. Yeah, community center, I think it depends if you have an expansion with another ball, like 2 gyms or something like that. We were basing this off of what you guys were looking at, in this
At the
last
other one.
go-around.
Okay.
Which I think, was that 1 or 2 courts? I think.
It was 1.
Just 1. So, but if you had 2, that increases it quite a bit. And then you got like overlaps of the next game coming in, that kind of thing. And
True. And
so
I
it
lost sight of the fact that this
peaks.
is so preliminary, so. I lost.
Yeah, we were worried that some of these options, we weren't 100% sure we were getting enough, so we kind of wanted to max out what we could do, and then we'll go backwards then and see what we have to do
Well, that's good.
and fine tune that. And it could be that if it's too tight to start with, if we've master planned it where you could add some more spots, then that would be a good thing too, so.
Okay. All right.
Any other specific thoughts on certain options, or?
I like option 1. I know one of your cons is the traffic will have to go through the entire roundabout and everything else, but I feel like you're going to calm traffic with that a little bit. And also like the impact on the wetlands is going to be the biggest thing for me, keeping that low. I know we're showing the future additions to these buildings and everything else, is that taking an effect with the wetland impact that's there, or will that take more wetland? once
No,
the-
this option's the best with the wetlands. I mean, if you didn't, let's say this road didn't happen for a long time, I don't think we'd even be impacting it at
Okay.
all. So this option was really designed with that in mind. Also, the one with the library looking into it did as well. So those two really respected the wetlands the most, I guess you could say. The other question was with what DOT will allow, trying to get a full functioning intersection versus a right in, right out. That location of Perry Street would be the first question to really work through with them. This one, at least, kind of, that wouldn't be an issue there, most likely.
I like one of the concepts outside of your 5.
Oh, do you? Okay.
That includes the fire station that you were just on.
Yep, I'll go.
Because I think that's an important component that we need to save that space for.
Yeah, that's pretty much concept 4, but just using that bottom piece where community center is, and let's put the fire station there.
Yeah. And I like the safety on one side versus the public kind of access stuff. The town hall and the library together, and then community center's kind of off from there. No, it's not one of your 5, but I think that's a good one, and I think we need to keep the fire station concept there. 'Cause it's gonna be a reality.
Is that the only one showing the fire station?
It's the only one we showed with it, yep. The other thing on this one that was kind of nice was we had the Veterans Memorial between them. So it was kind of a public safety zone, if you will.
The police and fire station on this would be flipped also?
No, not really. Again, for the reason of trying to have trucks, big, heavy trucks racing out, going from further back would be the problem. Oh, town hall? That's possible. We could look at that, because you're not gonna have a whole lot of pedestrian traffic probably up by the front there.
The goal, the most important goal is to have the garage out to, exit out to Young, and drive from the backside, right? The entrance.
That was the idea, is pull through that way.
Either anywhere in that frontage of Young, it's probably,
Yeah,
can work.
I think that would be pretty ideal. DOT's gonna have a lot to say about all that. They usually, with fire stations, allow an egress-only apparatus bay drive, a little more flexibility. But, you're also, right now, we're showing something here, you're showing something there. Definitely, we'll have to get their thoughts. And, so the egress, we would probably have the bays exiting out up here in that scenario with the building more down here. The support, the living quarters and stuff down closer to this, so you'd have more separation between the two.
I like how it leaves a lot of green space for kind of open events too. If you wanted to do something outside, it leaves a lot of green space to do that. But I do like how safety is to one side versus mixed in.
Yeah, if you think about it, that a fire station and a police station don't typically have huge volumes of visitors.
Right.
Unless there's a community meeting or something like that, maybe, but we're gonna have other facilities in this campus that would be good for those too.
Right.
So yeah, usually their needs and volumes of traffic going in and out of those is gonna be different.
Right. So I did have a question on the parking though, back to the parking question. Looking at each concept, did you allot, I know you said 90 spaces for the library, 147 for the community center, but did you allot the same amount of space per concept, the 5 that you shared?
No, I guess what I was trying to say is we were worried that we might not have enough in some of these options. And so we were trying to see how much could we get in there
Gotcha.
and still keep the concept of the option there. What we would want to do then is really go through and firm up the counts. We know the library's counts are pretty set, but we look at like the police program and maybe with the police and really kind of fine tune
Figure out
that
what
just
that
a little
number is.
bit. The fire station, the number of volunteers could matter, because they could have training sessions where there's, but then maybe that's at a time where they can park in some of the other spots too, so some discussion probably there to fine tune that.
Right.
Usually if it's like a fully staffed, professional only, not volunteer, usually it's shift change, you double
Yeah.
the number that are gonna be at the station, that's what drives those parking counts. But with volunteer, it's a little different, because they
Sure.
may have training nights where they flex out more. Town hall, obviously the offices and public interaction, but then when you have council meetings, that can swell a little bit also. And then library had some peak times with some of the reading story times and things like that were big times for them. After work was another big one. And I would assume we're going to have the same thing with the community center too, like certain times. Although on the weekends, that might be easier to accommodate, because town hall probably wouldn't be as crowded and some of the others, so.
Right.
So with an increase in population and trying to maintain the wetlands, has a parking deck ever been thought of for this
Reading my
property?
mind, I was gonna ask him that.
Not at this point. It's certainly something that could be discussed there. Certainly, it's very expensive, obviously.
Right.
But, you could do just like a one-level one. It doesn't seem very obtrusive. And that would double, like if you had a one-level one here, above, that would, double your
Right.
your capacity without being a kind of a large-scale item for that.
Okay.
But that's something it's easy to master plan and price.
Right.
We'll have, I'll talk about next steps here in a second, but, yeah, maybe, should we go to the next steps? Or you guys want to talk a little more about the options first, or we can still come back?
I'm good.
Not tonight.
When you said public, are you referring to a survey or the public at the meeting?
I was thinking we would say that it's like other things, like we presented at the Main Street a few days ago, where public could come by and look at it and take.
Like an open house.
Yeah.
That's a good segue into all this. So we were kind of discussing where and what format that should fall in. So that was part of the discussion for here, what you guys were looking for. When we decide on an option, and that may need to have the public component first, we'll come back with 3D imagery, like we'll have fly-through animations into this and everything. So you'll get a pretty good feel for the landscape, and it's a dream scheme at this point, right? So we get pretty excited about doing that, but we'll have the cost estimates for the infrastructure, and then we'll break it out by building. And that will help us as a group come together. You guys are working on your financial kind of study to see how funding might occur and how much capability you have at what times. And so they'll be coming from two different directions there. We'll have the cost information, they'll have the finance information. So we'll have that. We can have that ready for your July 18th meeting if that's not rushing it. If we need to spend some time and get more input, that's fine. We already were talking about, adjacent property owners' input, things like that. You may decide you want to have that as a wider net, how you want to do that. Whether it's more input in the initial decisions, or whether it's more informational to share what the plans were going. That's really, we're open to whatever, however you guys want to move this forward on that front. Obviously, once, some other things that are out there, you guys will be working on an agreement with the county regarding the library. We'll help with cost estimates, not just on what the contractor builds, but also on your soft costs. So you guys have furnishings, testing, design fees, lots of other costs, soft costs typically called. We'll help you with those. What we won't help you with is staffing and maintenance costs, energy use, things like that. Those are just things you guys will need to be aware of. Obviously, can be a big impact on some of that, but,
And we won't get into any of the building detail then.
yeah, we'll kind of approximate maybe some imagery that try to keep it a little sketchy to not get too into the weeds at this point, but it's a little hard for us not to do it just a little bit to get, some feel of how the campus could feel. Actual design would come later than this study. We're really doing master planning, but we want to go just a little step beyond that to give a feel for what it would be like.
But the layout is actually going to be dependent on DOT.
Yeah, we'll be verifying depending on which option we kind of want to move forward with. Yeah. Even the ones we feel like are 100% safe, we will still visit with DOT, so. I think the developer for the Lennar Group is going to be needing to do that. I don't know how much of that they've already done, but I think that's partly why they want to get that road set as early as they can.
Right.
Because that can take a little while just to get initial readings and stuff.
And you'll have that DOT input within 2 months?
Initial, yeah, we can usually set up something for preliminary reviews. That's not the final review or anything.
Right.
That's all after
But just
it's
getting an
in full
idea
design.
in case you're
Yeah,
way off scope
They'll usually
versus-
tell you their thoughts right off the bat.
Right, yeah.
So,
So we're looking at concept 4, that's kind of like concept 4 with the fire station. If you go to concept 2, you also fit the fire station, police station on that frontage, moving the police station down and putting the fire station at the top where the police station is.
probably. We can play
I'm just trying to
around
get
with
a couple options because I know if we're serious about the fire station, then we should probably see if there's options we can,
I think it should.
I don't want to just have one option.
I just think the police should be on the street.
Yeah,
Then if we move
yeah,
back
we
to-
can definitely add that into the mix more.
Okay.
But I would like to see more focus on the police being in the front as well. So make sure you show both of those.
Yep, and this one has them on the front, so if we were to add the fire down here, kind of rework this,
You move fire where?
add fire to this bottom corner.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know if any of the other ones work like that, but I just want to get more options than
Yeah.
just one.
I like the bridges, green space. I just don't want it to be
So we have
easy area.
good thoughts, really good thoughts. And I like that last idea too. And it was good to kind of flesh out this whole fire conversation because we weren't certain what to do with that. So I think it's been helpful for us. I think the thinking was that over the next 60 days, what we would do is meet with our Davenport, our financial group, and really start talking about, and Keith's got some general ideas for costs, and come back and start talking about what is a site, what are the priority facilities, so that we can also then start, as part of the master planning, we want to start phasing conversations too. Because that really then sets forth how you're going to price this out. What phase 1 will look like, essentially, if that's of interest. So if over the next 60 days, if you're interested, we talked a little bit about the most important group in our mind, and it's up to you all again, but is definitely the adjacent neighborhood or neighboring folks to have an opportunity to come in, like tonight, and hear from them. If you want to make it more oriented, community-wide, we have not talked about that, but we can certainly create that. So it's really kind of your interest of how much you're interested in taking comments, thoughts. But we can take that step over the next 60 days also, I believe. And then some of this might be a redo a little bit in 60 days, but because we'll have new information from that gathering time. But we'll also have the ability to start talking about the costs associated with this a little bit, I think. And right now, if July 16th or if August, whichever day you are comfortable, is interested, Davenport is willing to come in also then have that discussion. So that's a kind of a multi-tiered discussion. Site plan, facilities, financing, and then start talking about how does all that enter into a final site plan that you would want to see forward.
I do have a question. So it's for you and Commissioner Sneed. What is going to happen to the fire department based on where it is now? Are there any plans? I know this is all,
No, there
No.
are no plans. We're,
There's a study, if you remember, we did the study, so we know what that fire department station needs.
right?
And it's going to be pretty difficult to put a comparable size station at that location.
I remember that.
Yep.
But if a new fire station is built in the town center, what happens to that fire?
No engagement, there's been no conversation.
Parking garage? Extra parking?
There's been
We
no
don't know.
conversation.
there's nothing, no conversation has been, because we're not there yet.
I guess I'm asking because if we're talking about the what-ifs, basically, and it's moving over there, then maybe some conversation needs to happen.
Yeah, that's right. That's why we haven't, it's good to hear this today and continue that. So we have not had those discussions with them. We all know what it says, and there's a need, but we really haven't determined where and how.
Because it kind of helps with the additional parking that everyone's always worried about in that area anyway. But just a thought. But anyway, thank you. That was it.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this before we leave. I just need some clarity on my side, and I think Keith, maybe, I hope, are you interested in a neighborhood session or two, gather more input, and I believe that's the right thing to do, or expand that beyond that group also? That's kind of, I'd like to seek some clarity on that. Do you have a preference?
Expanded beyond what group?
Essentially have a neighborhood invitation conversation, and not a community-wide, but more of a neighborhood. Or if you want community-wide, we can do that too.
I mean, how would you narrow it down to neighborhood? You mean immediately in that area?
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, my personal opinion, community-wide, because when you narrow it down small, you only get a small percentage anyway. So at least you're better your chances of getting more input. But definitely invite the neighborhood.
Right.
I mean, even if they have to get a special invitation, but make it community-wide to make it worth it.
Make the announcement, make it more of a public meeting, but make sure the neighborhood gets a special invite.
I would think so, because it affects the whole community. This is a development for the entire
Yeah,
community.
that's very doable, isn't it, Keith? That'd be easy to do.
Yeah, we can do a couple different ways. Sometimes we do like an open house to give people more time flexibility, like from 4 to 7 or whatever you guys think makes sense. And can be a drop-in thing that way, and we can have some different options on boards or something, and a couple of us as designers here, as well as some of the staff to visit with people, get their feedback.
I even like when we did it for Parks and Rec, we had the little stickers, I think, right?
Right.
And they saw which
There you go. Which
concept
one,
they
how many
liked.
stickers are the ones that they like the most has the most stickers a little bit, and that actually is a good idea, yeah. Because at the end of the day, you gotta quantify it somehow a little bit, so it's a good idea.
So I'm hearing there's interest doing that, and that's all very doable, and Keith will probably be giving me a proposal very soon to do that. Is there anything that you want to take off for consideration? I heard potentially up to 2 fire station options. Is there anything that you just say, let's not
Number 5,
spend any more time on that one?
me personally, I just don't like number 5. And the reason why is because of the police station.
So number 5 is a combined community center and library.
I don't like that one.
Right now, that one, take it off? Everybody's good with taking that one off?
like 1, 3, and 5, because we talked about number 2, number 4.
Say that again, Commissioner.
1, 3, and 5 can come off, and we can just leave 2 and 4, since those are the ones that we like, but of course,
No, we're gonna leave them for the public.
yeah, I mean,
Paul liked number 1.
Oh, yeah, Paul.
Two's
I
my
didn't-
favorite.
I didn't mind number 1. I didn't mind number
It
2
just,
either.
you just don't have an option for a fire station on that one,
Yeah.
you're right.
Right.
But I mean, you could always leave it on there, and you could actually, if, once you're doing the presentation, put with fire station, without fire station, so people know that
Right.
we're thinking both ways too. I mean, it might be have to go to another place, I mean, that's just the way it is.
Right.
I think that gives you the most central look for what you're trying to do, but.
Are
and
you
control
trying to
traffic.
narrow it down to a certain number for the public input? You had a look on your face when we
I think
started
that would
talking.
be helpful maybe, but I mean, you know, three or so.
I mean, you got concept 1, concept 2. Yeah, because 2, we were gonna add the
And
fire
here are
station.
4 down there.
And then 4, so there's 3 there, so.
I mentioned the 4. It was number 4 on that. I think you wrote it down
Yeah.
So
with the
Yeah.
fire station.
Right.
The
So-
one we talked about.
we're not fans of 3 and 5. I don't think I can say that enough times.
Okay. And then we'll work in fire station options where we can, and we'll kind of have a refresh
Good.
with more. And I would think that's something we could probably send back to you guys to share a little before, make sure that it looked all right for what we present to a public meeting.
But I do think it's important to plan for the fire station. Whether you show a physical building or just a space where it's designated, I think it needs to be in the plan.
Hey, what is that?
And then, so Kelly, you'll be reaching out to them a little bit. I'm happy to be part of any meeting with them you'd like to.
Oh, yeah.
They'd probably be very excited, I'm guessing.
And I also think it's helpful to have more than one session if possible, because, you know, people work. Not everybody works from home, not everybody stays at home. Some people work, they may work in the park, and they may not be able to come on that one day we designate. So if we could do 2 sessions, I'm a fan personally of having a session in the morning and a session in the evening, just to give some flexibility. I know that works well for PTAs, but just having more than one session, I think is helpful, versus one, this is your chance, and that's it.
I like that, yeah. It's good.
Thank you.
And I don't want to throw a blanket on, but this was not in the scope, so you'll have, but that's fine. I think it is an important step, so
What was not in the scope?
this
Survey.
community, this part. But
We
it's-
talked about that when
No,
he
I mean the
initially-
original scope back when we started this.
I'm talking about when he came to present to us before, right? It was in the scope, right?
It was not necessary.
Yeah, but I think we've got some things that we've been a little under on, so
Oh,
we may be
good.
able to
There we go.
just
Never
switch
mind.
some
We're
stuff
good.
around. I'm not too worried about that.
I thought
We
we
got-
talked
we have it
about
within
public
the scope.
input, though.
We have it within the scope.
Not too worried about that.
Thank you,
We'll
Keith.
be all right. Yeah.
We're good.
Any other questions for Keith? All right. Thank you.
All
Good
right.
job.
Yeah,
Appreciate
you're
it.
welcome, yeah. It's
And
good
we look-
discussion. I mean, there's so many options and so many things. It's good to get some feedback and direction, so this
We
is
will
good.
be looking forward to next step. So thank you, Keith.
You're
Appreciate that.
welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, item 2, creation of the Appearance Committee or Commission. And that's Meredith. Come on up, Meredith.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So, several months ago, staff was asked to do some research on appearance commissions and host a discussion at a work session with you all on appearance commissions. So I'd like to start off with North Carolina Land Use Law, Chapter 160D, defines powers and duties of an appearance commission, and it boils down to looking at visual problems and needs and carrying out programs to address those visual problems and needs. And I like to ask, with many things, what's the why behind what we're doing or what we want to do? So I was hoping we could talk about that and we could get your feedback on, what are the goals, concerns, and issues at hand that you think an appearance commission could address, that could help us define what that could be. And in the memo that was provided to you, there was research on a few different appearance commissions, and I looked up a few more this morning just to give some examples. And Sanford's Appearance Commission deals with landscaping, signs, and urban design. The City of Newton, theirs is a little more hometowny, in my opinion. They do a Yard of the Month Club, or Yard of the Month Award. And the City of Raleigh has an appearance commission that is a quasi-judicial board, and they evaluate design alternatives to things that don't match up with their ordinance. And in Blowing Rock, their appearance commission supports their Parks and Recreation Department and does a lot of landscaping projects. So you can see there are all kinds of things you can do with an appearance commission. But I'm really curious to hear from you all, again, what are your goals, concerns, and issues that you think an appearance commission could address in Rolesville?
Well, I'll start. I'll mention the signage thing. I think you mentioned Sanford, some of the things they're focused on, which I think is great. A few years ago, we started an effort around looking at signage. When I say we, it was a committee, not the town staff, but it was a committee. And there was a creation of like this whole packet of research that was done throughout Wake County about the different signage and helping businesses when they come into your area kind of see, hey, here's some sign things. Here's a sign guide, if you will, right? So you give them some options. No one's focused on that, right? And that kind of just went onto a shelf, and I've tried to locate it. I can't find it, right? But it was probably this thick that somebody did research, citizens in the community. So I think your appearance commission, one of the goals is to be intentional. And if you don't have the staff to do it, I think that's a great way to engage your community to help you with things like that. And it's also being proactive on issues and making your community look like a cohesive, intentional effort versus splash here, splash there. Here, like, what are we doing, right? Especially your downtown area or your main area that you want to, that people see when they come in. So I think that's one of the big things is the signage for me. And beautification, even though I hate that word, I think it matters. And I think most citizens want their community to look nice. That's what keeps people from vandalizing and doing things, because it looks like you care about where you live and where you are. So I think those are two things that I think of right off the top of my head.
Okay. What
Hey,
else?
Meredith, in the definition of shall make careful study, this is not answering your question, but it's a question that I had
Okay.
highlighted. Make any plans and carry out any programs. Isn't that rather broad?
I would agree with that.
Okay, so we'll have to change that.
This is just what's in Chapter 160D that just
Right.
we can adjust within this framework.
We definitely need to. So I would say in terms of, I guess my question is the same as yours, because when I was reading this, I'm like, but what is the focus? I mean, is it signs, or is it the facades of buildings that are going up? I don't know. I just read it and moved on because it was just, it can be anything. So I don't know. And also this group, would this group consist of people? I know it said whether you live here, have a business here, what have you. So it doesn't matter where you live in Roseville, if you're in the ETJ or not, I would assume. Like some boards, you have to have somebody representing from the ETJ.
Right.
I guess this just doesn't matter.
It would be the same for the Appearance Commission.
Okay, all right. I don't know, it was just, to me, it was just so much, I didn't know what the focus was supposed to be on, because there's so much to it.
Sure.
But isn't that part of what you're bringing forward?
Yes, that's why I wanted to share the different
And for us to
examples
kind
to
of
show
figure
that
out.
some were more
Right.
serious and academic and others were more yard of the month.
Right, so there's a varied range that
Yes,
municipalities focus on.
yes,
And Raleigh is quasi judicial, is that
Yes.
what you said?
yes.
That's
Well, I
something.
guess because they're so big, right?
And that, like, they focus on design alternatives.
Oh, gotcha, yeah. So there's a variety for us to
Yes.
kind of choose from.
The board's new LDO allows for design alternatives, but they come to the board for a quasi-judicial determination. It's one of the items that's still left on the board's agenda for evidentiary hearings. That could be something that was sent to the Appearance Commission. The only challenge right now for the LDO in Rollsville is that the design alternatives tend to be related to hard construction items like parking, building height, and such like that, rather than landscape design, buffer design, which is what Raleigh's doing with their design alternative.
Gotcha.
I think a couple of years ago, I saw something here for Roseville where they were talking about the type of designs that they were going to put in the centers of the streets. Who approves that? That would come before the board as a question as to whether you want to do it that way. Paul, do you remember what that was? It was like the planners that they were using, the big cement, like, I don't know what you call them, like.
Yeah, like the Main Street projects.
Yeah. So who approves that? And I think, wasn't there money being given for that too? I can't remember.
The board approved that as a policy legislative choice. It was, and in coordination with the approvals that DOT gave for the project.
Okay, so then how does that work? If DOT gave it as part of their approvals based on our ordinances or, okay,
That was simply a design choice
Okay.
that the board was able to make from alternatives provided by our landscape designer.
okay, gotcha. Thank you.
I don't know if like an appearance commission would always just look for problems. I mean, I think an appearance commission could also be like the mural project we have. Like, that's something they could have worked with, and they're bringing new ideas, not just looking for problems. I think
Yes.
that's another thing.
Certainly,
Yeah.
that's a good point.
That's what Wendell does. They do public art.
Who does that?
Wendell.
Window.
Speaking of Wendell, Meredith, you gave us cities to look at. And what Wendell has is the Appearance Commission mission is to initiate, promote, and assist in the implementation of programs of general community beautification within the town's planning jurisdiction. Perfect.
You like it?
Simple, get straight to the point.
And it doesn't open up to any. So it is good.
One of the things I hear sometimes, Meredith, has to do with preservation. And you talk about preservation here of older neighborhoods and older buildings, and, you know, we don't have a whole lot of that, but we do have a lot of natural features that hasn't been disturbed yet. And, you know, as we build some of those natural features, and I don't know if it could fall under this Appearance Commission, but there, I hear quite often from some folks that we should look at identifying natural features that we should preserve. And I kind of agree with that, because, you know, we are undeveloped in a lot of places that's going to be developed, you know, one day. And to kind of identify things that we don't want to get developed from a natural feature, outstanding natural feature concept, I think would be good. But it would require a committee going around looking for these natural features and protecting them. Most of them are in repairing buffers, so, you know, they're already protected, but not always. Sometimes there's rock croppings and all kinds of things that are not in those natural areas. That's protected, those natural protected areas. And I've heard that. I've heard, and you may have heard that too, about, you know, preservation. And Paul mentioned preservation earlier, so he talks about preservation some. And, you know, we tried to do it on our plan, but, you know, maybe it would be good to identify some of those things.
I think about the, and this probably falls more under Parks and Rec, but I think about Roseville being a natural bird sanctuary. This is just, walk with me for a minute in your mind. Just having something, a marker that shows the different birds that are in the area, and think of it as a learning opportunity for students or anybody that wants to go and find those birds, but they're identified on a sign. I just see that as something that could be helpful to our community.
Any other thoughts?
Last chance.
Yeah, so personally, I thought Wendell was a nice, comparable within the region. And Brad's a great guy, the planning director in Wendell. Would you be amenable for us to explore with Brad what they do in Wendell? And then
Yes, sir.
see how that might fit with what you're talking about? And
Yes.
come back, kind of maybe do a little bit of flesh out on Wendell's? And see if there's some match there?
Yes.
Because they have a lot of generalities, but I think they have the ability to create within. Everything you've talked about is
Right,
laying foundational work, but then they create.
right.
And so I'm curious what they do with it, based upon some nice bullet points here.
Right.
And I think Brad would be willing to spend some time with us and teach us
And
or
he's
talk to
been
us.
very helpful when
Yeah.
I've asked him other things.
So if you're okay, just kind of helping us to kind of focus on something, maybe we could spend some time on Wendell and report back and kind of get back and see if there's something there and work through that one.
Sounds good,
That
sir.
would be good.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay, let's spend some time on Wendell.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Meredith. Appreciate that.
She's up next.
Yeah, just stay where you're at. Number 3, current industrial zoning on Main Street.
Yes. Good evening.
It's all yours.
Excellent. So there are 6 parcels along the Main Street corridor that are zoned general industrial. And those are identified with photos in the memo that was provided to you. But I have aerial photos so we can look and see where these parcels are to get us started. So I can put on the pointer. So here is Rollsville Middle School, South Main Street. You can see here's the new right-of-way for the realigned Burlington Mills Road, and here's Burlington Mills Road as it is today. So these 2 parcels, this is one here and another here. These are 2 parcels owned by Grand Park Properties that are zoned general industrial right now. So those are 2 of 6. The next 3 are farther down Main Street. This is Rogers Road. And here we are on South Main Street. And here is Young Street. These 3 parcels, it's a small one here, another one here, and another one here that make a triangle. These are owned by the Wiggins family, and they are zoned general industrial.
Is that across from the bank?
This is Rollsville Elementary here, and
Point to Sonic. Where's
It's where
Sonic?
the tombstone's at.
where's
It's the monument company on Main Street.
Yeah, I think Sonic's two over. Yeah, that's,
Continue.
don't worry about it.
Okay.
She got it. She's good.
I heard
Okay.
enough clues. Thank you.
Rollsville, okay, the Scarborough property is here. So that's 3. And then the last one is farther down Main Street at North Main Street, just past Young Street. And the last one is owned by Wake Monument. So those are the 6 parcels that are zoned general industrial. And this topic of conversation came up when we were looking at the Jones Dairy Storage Project and looking at that text amendment and thinking about, where do we have general industrial zoned property?
Meredith, that Burlington Mills, is there something that sits on that right now?
This one?
Yes, what is that building right there?
Back here,
Is that, I just need a little bit more.
I am not, I have a photograph of that in the memo.
Okay, Paul told me.
Okay,
I'm good, thank you.
In that back area, they got propane storage back there.
Yes. So a few meetings ago, you all asked us to put together some information on our rezoning process and what those parcels are and what would it look like if a town-initiated rezoning was started. And the rezoning process for a town-initiated rezoning is just like the rezoning process for any other applicant. These are the steps that are outlined in our LDO handbook, starting off with a pre-submittal meeting, submitting your application. The application is reviewed by staff and the technical review committee. There is a neighborhood meeting, a planning board meeting where the planning board makes a recommendation, and then a meeting with you all for a legislative hearing. And at that meeting, you may or may not make a decision. So that decision follows the legislative hearing, whether it's at the same meeting or not. But with a town-initiated rezoning and looking at potential project like this, it's advisable to do an initial neighborhood meeting where we would reach out to the property owners and let them know what we're thinking about to get their feedback, to see if, just what they would think about that, if that is something you all would want us to proceed with. I think that is all I have. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on those properties. And just one note that was made at the end of the memo, the properties that are owned by Grand Park, those are the first two we looked at. Those, like, as I mentioned, they're right next to the new right-of-way for the Burlington Mills Road. And with Walbrook coming in and new development, commercial development happening there, staff has had some inquiries about rezoning those properties so that could naturally happen.
Oh, already.
That they would be rezoned to commercial based on what's going on right now and what we see coming in the next few years. So
Wait,
just
what
a
do they-
note about those.
What are they currently zoned? You say general?
General industrial. All the ones we're looking at are zoned general industrial.
And the talk is to change it to what? Commercial?
There was a request before to from you all to let you know what steps would take place if you all wanted to do a town-initiated rezoning to change general industrial zone properties on Main Street to general commercial.
So let me ask you this. The current owners that are in those properties, and I think I asked this before, I don't remember the answer. If we initiated this zoning change, they would keep their status current, right?
What do you mean by status?
Like, so they came in as general industrial, or they fell into that category over time, or I'm not sure how it happened.
Sure.
So they would keep that status?
No, the process would be to change their zoning from industrial to commercial.
So how do you, I was thinking grandfather them in, is what I was
If
trying
they
to
already
say.
had something.
They would be. They
Okay.
would be.
If they already had
So
something.
any existing use would continue regardless of any
That's what I'm trying to
rezoning.
say.
That wouldn't matter. Even if it changed owners, the use would determine that. If you take a look at the permitted use table of the LDO, the difference between general industrial and general commercial is somewhat interesting. There are actually more permitted uses in general commercial. So you
Right.
lose a few and you gain a bunch. It's just different rather than an up or a down question, which is sometimes what we get between rural versus heavy residential.
Gotcha.
Yep.
So it actually has more value to that land? What'd you say?
Ma'am, I'm not an appraiser, so
You're not what?
I'm not an appraiser, so I don't know.
I just feel like it would, but
Yeah.
I'm not an appraiser either. Okay.
One of the things I think, Meredith, that we probably have to consider, in general commercial, I believe there's several things that we probably have said in the past we don't want on Main Street. So I believe we would probably need to have some kind of conditions that says, it's general commercial, but, you're not
Conditions on
allowed
it.
to.
Excluding certain uses like we've done in, or like,
But we ran in that one time before where somebody was requesting on Main Street and we said, and maybe we could just use that as your guideline.
right.
But, I think it's some zoning, some of the conditions or some of the usage, I think last time this board said that they didn't want that on Main Street.
So for a town-initiated zoning, There would not be the power of the town to impose conditions. It's an all or nothing decision between GI and GC. What the board could do, of course, is amend the LDO to change the uses in GC. However, the board might determine in the future would be more appropriate than the way it is currently drafted.
Didn't we just do this on the property right here? Wasn't it? They came back, they were general commercial, and they came back for general commercial conditional zone.
That was a property owner initiated rezoning rather than a town initiated
You
rezoning.
can't change those properties to GCCZ.
Correct. That's right.
Why not?
Because only the property owner can impose conditions on their property.
Yeah, the applicant has to.
And that's what they
put it
did.
in.
But CZ is not, I'm confused, because I thought that was what we were using.
Conditional zoning is something that is brought by the property owner or the person who will be the property owner. Towns that initiate zonings do so as general zonings.
So can you put, I know general, commercial general is for the whole town, right? Can you have conditions for just Main Street?
You could amend the LDO to have different permitted uses or fewer permitted uses within X number of feet of Main Street, for example.
And we do have a definition of the Main Street corridor in the LDO. So we could make sure that's right and use that as the parameter.
Yeah, I think that would be the ideal.
We have also had situations where it turned from being a town-initiated rezoning to just a cooperative property owner-initiated rezoning, and the town waived the application fee so that conditions could be improved or imposed.
And again, that's like the one over here off of Wall Street. I mean, not Wall
I believe that was property owner-initiated from the beginning.
What's that street called? That's not Wall Street.
Reach out
I
to.
think Meredith is asking, do we want to direct her to continue on these, was it 6 properties?
Yes.
Yes.
6 properties. Or do we want to exclude a couple of them and do a couple of them? Because I think what she's heard from this board in the past is we want some of these properties on Main Street to develop a certain way. Once that usage go away, once that industrial, because most of them are being used for monument companies and stuff like that.
So definitely reach out to all the property owners.
So wait a minute, so you're saying some, you're saying all. How do you pick and choose? Without it?
She's asking. She
Yes,
said-
I was
she
looking
showed
for
them all.
looking for
No, I'm
direction.
asking you because you said some and you said all. He said, we'll do some of them that way, but you said all. I know I'm not hearing things, so I was just wondering how do you do
I
that?
don't have a problem with all. I mean, my question was about them being grandfathered or
Sure.
the continued use, as long as we're not disrupting that for the
Right.
property owner. To me, it makes sense. And then what you said about the LDO, the Main Street.
Corridor.
We called out that corridor. I think we need to tighten that language to say
Certainly.
what we need to say to protect that.
And that's fine. I guess my concern was based on what I heard, how do you pick without there being an argument or
No, it still wouldn't.
favoritism? Not you, you said all. No.
No, but it still wouldn't dictate how they run their business still, because there will be, I guess, grandfathered in. So they still gonna operate, but still notify them of what's going on. Just a courtesy.
I just want to make sure we don't put any undue burden on the people that actually own those
Right.
properties. That's the last thing we need to do.
And if we do it, we do it across the board.
Sounds like we're moving forward.
Yeah,
That's
moving
what
forward.
I think I heard.
So Meredith, may I ask, so it sounds like all 6, contact them,
Yes, sir.
report back, and then also come back, another item, talk about Main Street and what we might want to do to start developing Main Street conditions for development, Main Street.
The
in the
corridor
LDO.
she talked about.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the Main Street corridor.
So if anybody says no, what's the next step?
We're going to report out to you, and then you talk about that. All we're doing is reporting out what they say.
It would be to their benefit not to, but I mean, if they did, okay.
We'll come back and report to you.
Great.
Thank you, Meredith.
Thank you.
Appreciate, good job. Thank you for following up on that. Okay, we added an item to the agenda, item 4, which is budget amendment discussion. So who wants to start that off?
Okay, so I have two things. And of course, I left my book in the car. We have a real shortage with Parks and Rec. And I think during our budget, if I'm not mistaken, we only added one position, and that was to finance. And that position is not even looking to be filled in January. How do we remove that from finance and put it in Parks and Rec so that we can start hiring more people in Parks and Rec, because we are at such a deficit right now? I feel they should have asked for it then, but for whatever reason, they did not. But we need more help in Parks and Rec. And I think, and I don't know this to be true, but it seems like there's more people in finance that can help. And again, I don't know what they do, so understand that. That can help where Amy feels she has a shortcoming, but it must not be that short if she's not looking to fill that spot until January. Remove that from that department and bring it over to Parks and Rec. And I still think we need more people in Parks and Rec as well. So how do we do that?
So let me, if I may, Mayor. So what happened is in finance, you did add an accountant position, and it was recommended to start January 1 just because of the onboarding and such, and also get past the audit period, because the audit's coming up soon, and it felt like it would be unfair to bring in a new position in the middle of an audit. So it allows the audit to be completed and come in January. In Parks and Rec, you did add a half-time administrative support specialist that is going to be filled, I think we talked about immediately, didn't we, Eric? I think so. We're ready to kind of get going on that, but that did get added. So
That was what? I couldn't hear you. You
it's
said
a
what?
half-time administrative support specialist.
In Parks and Rec?
Yes.
Okay.
Your question is, how can we change the accountant position and move it or add to the Parks and Rec? You can do that.
I feel like
Your
we
choice.
should, because my response to the email today, it seems like there's a lot of burnout. I'm just going to leave it at that. And I would just hate to see people overwhelmed, because we're going into a very heavy season right now. And that seems to be the department that has the most going on and not enough assistance. And I really wish that we could hire somebody full-time, because we lost full-time. So
Well,
you
then I have a
replace
question.
full-time with full-time versus full-time with, instead of full-time with part-time. So somewhere in the budget, something needs to be adjusted to either you fill the full-time with the full-time that was already accounted for in the budget, or additional full-time into that department.
So I have a question. So when the budget was presented and JG asked for a part-time person, was he asking for what he knew he needed to be staffed and running efficiently, or was he being
Conservative?
conservative, that's the word I'm looking for, and not asking for what he needed?
No, so in the parks budget, the development of that discussion was really addressing and trying to discuss if you remember the chart, how we had a significant spike in participants last year. And that occurred, it just occurred. So the conversation was, how did that happen? And is that the right number? And so when we talked about that, we looked back at historically, the number was 1,500 or so. And so when you look at 1,500, it probably is a pretty good number. It probably is pretty large still, but 2,100 was certainly large on the existing staff. And so there was not an accounting for that number. It was done. And so when we talked about how do we bring it back to 1,500, if that's the right number, then he came and proposed that we change the seasons of the sports to allow that to happen.
So instead of staffing up to meet the need, he reduced the number, but it's not based only on staff, because it depends on how many volunteers we have, and
You all,
And my-
you all should decide what the need is. Is 2,100 the right number? Historically, it's been 13 to 1,500. There was no thought about how we got to 1,500, it just happened. Should it have been 1,500 instead of 2,100? I don't know, but it just happened. So there was not an evaluation at any point in time to go from 1,500 to 2,100. You see what I'm saying?
right, so he adjusted downward to the 1,500 instead of, well, we might be at 2,100 now going forward, so let's address this need, let's just back it down to.
Correct.
I don't know. That seems like, in all honesty, it feels like there was not enough, I hope I'm not being insulting when I say this. It doesn't seem like there was not enough thought put into how to just cut that off like that this time of the year. And I know there may not be enough time, but I was like, you're cutting it off in what, March for the fall. I get if there's not enough people to cover it, there isn't. But that's like the biggest producing department at Town Hall. So where was the consideration given for, you had somebody who was, how many people work in that department right now?
5.5,
5.5. That's who's there now.
there was. But
Now, we're not talking about Eric, correct?
correct. Well,
Is-
right now, today?
Yes,
Oh, today.
yes. What is it, like maybe 3, 4? 2?
3, 2.5, I don't know. the number is.
Okay, so I just feel like that was a huge oversight, and maybe nobody knew this would happen, but that was a huge oversight not to have enough staff to cover what's coming up. We even have summer camp. Are we still doing a summer camp this year?
Yes.
Okay. That was just a huge oversight.
I think we got a request. We're going to take a break, a break. So keep your thought. Hold that thought. Hold your thought, and we'll come back in, let's say, 10 minutes, quarter till. And if you need to phone a friend, phone a friend. But, we'll continue discussion when we come back, okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thanks.
Hey,
We-
Bob.
Okay, we'll call the, back to order, Roseville Board of Commissioners Workshop Session, and we on item 4, which is a discussion of a budget amendment. And I think, Commissioner, you had the floor, so.
Yeah, so hopefully you were able to understand what question I was asking. So basically, what positions are filled that were budgeted for? What's not filled that was budgeted for or needs to be budgeted for? If that helps to explain it better.
Okay, so today,
And if there's a plan to see how we can correct this.
today, the allocated budget in the FY 2022-23 was for 5.5 employees.
For Parks and Rec.
Yes. During the budget deliberation, internally, the half-time maintenance worker in that 5.5 was brought over to Public Works to make an equivalent to 1 because they had a half, right? And then the discussion was how to support the team, and the administrative support specialist was brought forth as an idea to help support the existing team. So not add staff,
Of Public Works or of Parks and Rec?
Parks and Rec,
Okay.
to not add staff, but to bring a support group person in to support the group administratively. And the conversation during the budget deliberations was that, and I'm reading from an email, that there was, in the 2006 to 2014 era or so, the number was around 1,300 participants. Then it increased up to 1,500, and then COVID hit, dropped down for a couple years, and then last year, it went up to 2,000. And the question I raised was, how did that happen? How did we go from 1,500 to 2,000 without any monitoring? Wasn't there a maximum of programming? And the answer was, isn't that what we want? And I said, I'm not certain what we want. I thought we always had a maximum we could hold and have capacity at. So that 500 extra last year just happened, Michelle, and it just, I don't know, there was no accounting for it, it just kind of happened. And so if you take that, interpret that is demand, and our fields can hold that, and there's some question whether we can do that much or not, but if there is, then our current staff probably does not have the capability to do 2,000 without minimally the one that you approved, the administrative support specialist. It could be beneficial to have another project facility coordinator or program coordinator, but we decided not to. We decided to look at going back to the historic numbers and running at what it was before.
Okay, so if you went back to the historic numbers, I get it. But did we ever really have the staff to accommodate that? Because they always said, even prior to you coming, Kelly, and especially when you were here, that they were doing a lot with a little.
So I remember, I think it's this important piece for me. I remember coming to the board, I'm looking at the budget, 2020, FY 2020-21. And if you remember, we proposed an extra person at that time. And I remember quite a bit of discussion amongst the board asking for justification of that position. And we went back twice to you all to talk about that. And finally, it was agreed that a program coordinator position, a project facilitator coordinator would be okay. But there was never an accounting or addition for a program coordinator because there was a lot of discussion amongst us all, the justification of that. So I have been working on an understanding for a period of time based upon our discussions then, that was probably the maxed out level that we were going to provide and support.
So what is a program
Program coordinator is the coordinator position for camps, youth sports, and the event coordinator.
I would describe the difference between the program and the project coordinator is like people and then product.
It was
What does
what?
a project do? What does a project,
Come on up.
what does a project coordinator do?
Yeah, so I would describe the difference between the program coordinator and the project coordinator / facility coordinator, which is Eddie, as people and product. And so Eddie handles all field maintenance, building maintenance, coordination, all purchase orders, the new ticketing system that we rolled out with Public Works. So the high-level coordination of he bridges parks and Public Works, essentially. So he absorbed all of that. And then the program coordinator is things like summer camp. Athletics coordinator is a program coordinator. So all your sports, which all fell underneath that one position as well. And then Kristen, the program coordinator there, she also does the special events, but all that stuff deals with the actual people stuff, not necessarily the infrastructure that the Parks and Recreation Department utilizes. There's a little bit of overlap between the two different roles because Eddie provides certain support for sports, for like lighting, scheduling, and things like that, but that's kind of like the difference you'll see between that project facility coordinator and Eddie, and then the program coordinators.
All right, so we had somebody come in who did an assessment of the different departments and the needs. I'm certain she had more than 5.5 people that could efficiently run the Parks and Rec.
I went back to that assessment today and reread it, and it did have adding one in FY 2021-22, and it has another one in about next year or so.
There would be 2.
Next year.
Oh, next year, okay. So next year it would have been full-time, right?
She uses ranges, if you remember, it was 2 to 5, 1 to 2 years, immediate, HR, assistant town manager, 2 to 5 years or thereabouts. I think it was either 2 to 5 or 2 to 4 years, 1. That's when we added Eddie. And then 5 to 6 or 5 to 8 years, there's another one. I can get you that chart.
No, I just remember, I knew it was more than. Okay, so it is what it is. We are where we are. What are we going to do? Because I don't think I'm the only one hearing from the citizens about the program cuts. And I feel like it's so last minute, like it wasn't really led up to that. Maybe it was, and I just didn't know. But that's okay if I didn't know. But now that they're coming in droves with these complaints, what could we have done differently? What can we do now? Are the programs definitely gone? The additional sports programs definitely gone for the fall? And if that's something you can't answer right now, I get that. That's fine. You can come back with an answer. But these are the questions that I'm hearing.
Right, understand. So a couple things. One is, as Commissioner Vilga remembered, I went to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board on this topic because I wanted to get some sense of feedback from them too and listen in on the conversation. And it was presented at that, and actually Commissioner Vilga, you're the only one that said, I'm not certain how this might work. But there was a lot of conversation for the Parks and Rec Advisory Board about the number, and we wanted to make sure we maintained the quality and not the quantity. I think that was, if it was a conversation, wasn't it, Commissioner Vilga?
Right.
So why didn't you just cut back on the quantity then?
No,
Was that ever an option, to cut back on the amount versus cutting out the programs?
so then the option presented by the Parks and Rec Director at that time was soccer and baseball separate seasons. So that's what, instead of trying to reduce it within those for both seasons, he recommended, and that's what was presented to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, was that there would be spring baseball because that's the traditional baseball season, fall soccer because because that's the traditional soccer season. Ran that by the advisory board. Ran that by you in the budget retreat.
I don't think that was ran by us for our opinion. I think it was informative. Like, this is what we're going to do. I don't think we really had a choice on saying, okay, yes to flag football, yes to soccer or baseball or softball. So that's how I think that was presented to us.
It might have felt that way, but I remember distinctly Mayor Kern raising concern about whether that was a wise choice, and that he voiced making sure this was the right choice. I went through many gyrations and after that to make sure that this was one of the choices, and it was a choice that was supported by staff. So ultimately, that choice was made about 2 weeks ago to keep on going with your initial recommendation, as supported by staff.
Okay.
We talked at length about how to split it, bring them down, numbers differently, try to run them both at different numbers. But at the end of the day, the staff felt it was better for them to run them separately in seasons.
I don't know, I just think we're at a, I mean, somebody, and this is okay, someone said, oh, you're gonna lose people. You're always gonna lose people, whether you didn't do this or not, and I get that. They're not gonna come back. That's your choice. You don't come back if you don't want to, you do. Of course, we want you to always come back. But I just feel like we were caught in the middle of some type of a storm. And again, I don't feel like it was presented that way in terms of this is what we're going to do because these are the pros to it. To me, I didn't think it would have this much of an impact on our community, onto those who play the sports that were not chosen. Because I think you said something too, sitting next to me, that you weren't really 100% behind it, but that's the decision that was made.
Right.
I hope I'm not calling you out, because I'm
that's
not
fine.
trying to, I'm just, so I don't know, I just wonder, what are we gonna do to
Right.
move in front of this? Are we gonna reduce the numbers? Did we grow too fast based on the amount of staff that we had that was working in Parks and Rec? I mean,
So I think that is the question. That is the question for all at hand today. We didn't have time to do the analysis, but I think that is the question at hand: is what is a sustainable number in our mind, and how much are we willing to pay for that? So if it's 2,000, we can run that number and see what that would take from a staff perspective and bring you that. We probably can't do it in time for the fall baseball. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't try and talk a little bit more how we can do some baseball. I don't know yet. Mayor has continued to dialogue with me on that. I'm also looking at, you should be aware, I'm looking at how maybe we can do soccer differently. I didn't know that most everybody in this region is a member of the Raleigh Soccer Group Association. Nightdale, Wake Forest, all do not provide soccer. They contract out with that group. So I'm actually talking to them. I'm not going to say I'm doing it, but I'm talking to them about whether it makes some sense to do a trial with them this fall to see if that makes sense for us or not. I don't know. But that could be interesting. I don't know. Because the question is that a core sport of ours, or could that be outsourced? And we focus on the core, which could be baseball, and that's what we do. I'm just talking out loud with you all, what I'm thinking about. I want to make sure that's very clear, that I'm in 48 hours of thinking this through. But I don't know if there's a right answer right now for fall, other than we're taking registration for soccer, we're taking registration for NFL football. Both of those are pretty robust, they're coming in good. In baseball right now, as I said in my email today, we definitely are going to communicate out and ask and say if there's more that we can provide information on. I went to the games last night. I spent some time at the games. I talked to our staff, and then the one thing they said was, communicate again. And that's probably right. So that's why we're going to do that. But
Eric, you was going to say something. You want
Yeah,
to,
please,
you want to add anything?
come on up to,
I can't remember exactly what I was going to say, but.
It was about the number of,
Yeah, so
Number
a part of,
versus-
a thing that JG and I were working on was how do we separate the operations from the programs? And so we considered it to be a plus that Public Works was getting that full-time employee because a lot of the responsibilities for that coordination will land onto that role because we're trying to clarify certain roles in Public Works and have somebody that owns landscaping and grounds and parks and such. And so there were certain things that were coming off the table that were eating up time on the coordinators' plates in relation to a lot of the field maintenance and requests that shifted over to Eddie and that we were able to streamline with some systems we put in place. And so it wasn't a bad thing that they didn't get the additional employee because they were kind of shifting around and optimizing things and getting rid of stuff that really was in the way of them running an efficient athletic program, which was worrying about chalk lines on the field, you know, and getting those updates and cutting lights on and off. So a lot of that stuff kind of shifted off too, which was why that administrative role was important because it helped take a little bit more of that admin stuff away so they can more so about the people part, working with the coaches, working with the referee, or what have you, organization, the things that really impact the quality of the program. And so a big goal of these recent changes was to increase their ability to just focus on the actual program piece because it was a lot of stuff getting in their way. And so that's what I was going to add for that.
Yeah.
And so we're kind of divvying it up and figuring it out between Parks and Public Works.
So the question I got, and I think Paul has asked it before, we're saying today that we cannot run the full programs less than 2,000 people.
Say that one more time.
We can't run the number of programs that we've been running without a reduction of programs. We can't do that. In other words, if we run a program, we got to stay at 2,000. We can't bring that number down and keep the program.
Without either trimming back or changing our approach, we can't run it. No.
it would need to be a
Well, naturally, you would
larger
turn them
salary.
back.
And a big part of why he chose to eliminate a season of the sport instead of cutting down the overall numbers is because that would impact the quality. You have to play teams 3 times instead of twice. You lose playoff games. There's certain things that people like about how we go about it that you would lose if the amount of kids and teams went down too much. And so that's why I was not abandoning, that's a really bad word, but focusing more so on that spring ball and not the fall ball, or bringing it down was why I chose the option.
And we've done that in the past. So like when COVID was coming along and rearing and everything else, you know, we play the same team 3 times in soccer and like getting beat by them the 2 times before and playing them the 3rd time again is kind of, it doesn't work out
Even
well.
before
I mean,
COVID, that
Yeah.
we did that through Parks and Rec. Okay, so anyway, first of all, let me just say why I'm wearing my glasses, because I'm not trying to be cool or hide behind my shade. I had surgery on my left eye, and the light, this light is terrible. So that's, Ronnie brought it to my attention, so that's why. So not that that matters, but I just wanted to say that. And I don't want to beat this up any further. I just wanted to ask those questions. My other thing that I mentioned to you earlier, Kelly, is that when we do something with the budget and we're having discussions about it, and then when you all come back to us and, you know, work it the way we had discussed in our first meetings, I just feel like sometimes it comes back changed. Because one of the questions I had asked to Amy was, what is the difference in those numbers? And she said she did not know. Rightfully so, because that wasn't her department, that was Parks and Rec. But I'm just saying that it was changed, and maybe I'm the only one who didn't know, but there was no clarification. There was no, okay, I'm in agreement to this or disagreement to it, but it was changed, and it's not the first time. So all I'm saying to that is, when we go over something in the budget and we're just having a discussion about it, whether it's one person talking about it or 3 or 4 saying, okay, yeah, do this, this, and this, I just want to hear that that's what's going to make it into the budget. Because that was the only thing that stood out. Everything else she talked about, I remember the discussion. I remember the changes that were made. So when she said it, I got it. That one about Parks and Rec, I did not know. I spoke to David about it as well, and it made sense. But I'm just saying, it was a surprise that it made it in there that way without a breakdown of how that actually happened. So And that seemed like it happened after the second meeting. So I would just like to say, be clear on it, make sure we're all in agreement to it before it comes back like that again, because there was no, she had no, I'm not gonna say she had no clue, but maybe because it wasn't her department, she said, I don't know what the process was or how they figured that out. Does that make sense?
Since you said us, I just want to get clarity on which numbers you're referring to, the 2,100 and the 1,500, or are you talking about dollars? What are
I'm not
you
even
referring to? What numbers are you referring to?
I'm talking about the, it was,
Increase.
right,
Increase in the outside rate.
right, resident versus non-resident.
Oh, we did talk. Okay.
We did talk about that, but there was.
We talked
there was-
about that, and JG said, yes, ma'am, we'll change it.
We talked about that. Did not hear him say that part, but that's okay.
But it
I
wasn't
underst-
recorded,
I
right?
understand
That
it.
meeting's not recorded, unfortunately, which I think it should be.
Right.
All of our meetings should be recorded.
So all I'm saying is that just so that we're on the same page moving forward, so that she can just go through her spiel or whoever's doing it, and we can move on. That was the only thing that caught me off that time. And that was really it. That's it, thank you.
Okay. What is the direction of the staff on the topic that we're talking about, which is budget amendment? What do you want the staff to do? I want to be very clear. What do you want the staff to do on this topic? Anything
Oh.
or nothing?
In terms of the positions from Parks and Rec and
This whole topic
Finance,
we talking about.
I would like to have that position moved from, the accounting position moved from Finance and placed into Parks and Rec because they are at a deficit and they need to build up that department. Because what do we have left there? 2 or 3? That's not enough.
Okay, so then I have a question before you do that. What is the need in finance? Because I'm assuming she's not asking for one just so she can have another friend on the, in the office. What is her need that great that she needs another finance person in addition to, I'm not saying don't give anything to Parks and Rec, I'm not saying that. But I don't know, how can you just say, take it away from her and give it to him?
You know why I say that? And again, this is going to be a little bit of Dave's probably going to stop me. There are people in finance, and again, I did say earlier, I don't know exactly what they do, but there are people in finance that have been able to assist Amy in what she does, and that can still assist Amy in what she does, but the choice was to get a whole different person. But when you have somebody who's working the front desk and is familiar with finance, working in Parks and Rec, when she can be working in finance, then to me, I find that to be problematic. Use your resources that you have versus burning more money with another employee when you know you're short-staffed in another department.
Now, this is where I have a problem. I don't know what's happening in the office. I don't know why Amy asked for that person. I don't know why JG only asked for half a person, which is what we're understanding right now. So I don't know, is it right to take from one to give to the other? I'm having a problem with that because I don't know the needs.
Right.
And you say this person's helping with this and this, great.
Right.
But we don't have that knowledge to know what's
Correct,
happening.
and that's why I asked him, and and if Kelly doesn't think that there's a need for that, or if what I'm saying doesn't make sense, then don't do it. But if what I'm saying is making sense, without going into a lot more detail, then use your resources that you have available to you versus sending them off to Parks and Rec or a different department while you still have, this additional help in the front desk that's not being utilized. If I'm wrong, then that's fine, then keep it the way it is. But if I'm not, then it's something to think about.
So I think you just need to see if the budget can handle an extra person in Parks and Rec. That just makes it easy enough.
Or if you can add another person.
Yeah, that's the easiest way to do it. Can the budget handle it?
And if it can, that's fine. But does finance need an accountant? Accountants are not cheap. So that's a discussion you have to figure out with the departments.
Does the board want to have that conversation and come back to those two topics again in the future?
That's what it sounds like to me. That
Yeah,
I think Paul's understand is for the staff to look at, does rec department need a additional person? If so, can it be budgeted? I think you said it would be
And then,
next year.
if it can be.
I think is what you said next, it was
Well,
that
I mean,
kind of.
you can amend the budget anytime.
I know, but I think you said it was in the plan for
Oh,
next year.
sure, the organizational
That's what you-
assessment calls for
I
next
think
year.
that's what you said, it was in
It
the
does,
plan for next year,
with
but
full evaluation,
I
that's
think
right.
Paul's asking.
But it's already
not
been
wait
budgeted.
Next year, can it be moved up to this year and funded?
Right.
If not, then, we just
Starting
need to.
July 1. Is that what you're saying?
But wait, are you saying the position that was already budgeted for, or a whole new position?
Position.
Okay, he's saying a whole new position.
So Eric keeps that half position in.
Yeah, all I'm hearing is, can I?
It's not Eric, it was finance.
No, Eric got the admin.
Can you come up, Eric, so the public
Half,
can hear?
that came from Parks and Rec to your department.
No. So Public Works received a full-time position that's approved as a new addition to the organization. We received a full-time employee. The half-time position that was a Public Works maintenance worker was reclassified to be a half-time administrative support specialist in Parks and Recreation.
Parks and Rec.
Yeah.
So the one position you
But
got.
there was just
you're
one
using a half
plus.
and
There
half.
wasn't a plus a half and a plus a one. There was a,
Right.
we got the one. But the responsibility of that half in Parks moved over. We absorbed that into Public Works.
So if I hear what you're describing, if we get another person, really they picking up a person and a half in workload and stuff.
Parks and Rec.
In Parks and Rec, they would be picking up a person and one person.
One person.
But losing half the workload for one person.
So Public Works took that half,
I need a diagram.
so the half was already there. But that person was doing, cleaning the greenways. His name was Billy. And so Billy moved to Public Works. We took the responsibility of that role. So we're like, what would this person do since they don't have a job anymore? Administration. And so that role changed. And so if you added a one to it, then it'll be a plus one because the half was already there. It won't be a 1.5.
Gotcha.
So whichever way it works.
So the, from my perspective, the easy answer is I will present to you at the next meeting a budget amendment, and you have a discussion. If you want to fund, I heard Paul suggest an additional person in parks, and then you can have a discussion about the accountant again at that time. I do not know the answers off the top of my head, Michelle. I'd have to go back and I was not prepared to talk about the accountant tonight.
Yeah. I think the main thing for me is if we do that, then we'll be able to do the programs. If we can't do the programs, I'm not sure.
We'll let you know.
Yeah, you got to
We'd
get
have-
somebody
we'd have
in,
to-
even
we'll
if
have to
you
have a
add it.
conversation.
You got to get the person in here.
Is
That's
it,
the
is
whole
it the,
process.
is it the programs or is it the fall program?
All programs is the ones that's getting attention right today.
Gotcha.
I just think it's programs in general. If it's gonna say fall,
Right.
everything, spring,
Right.
it's just everything.
We'll give you an assessment whether we can get somebody on board soon enough to have impact for fall programming. And then, yes, it would have impact for future programming. I just didn't know about the timeliness of meeting the fall timeline.
Perfect. All right, thanks.
Where are they going to sit?
Okay.
Just saying.
Any other topics, any other discussion?
No.
You good? Everybody good? All right. Paul, I think you got a,
Yeah, I move that the board go into closed session regarding confidential personnel pursuant to Chapter 143, Section 318.11A6 of the North Carolina General Statutes.
okay. I have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion second. Any other discussion? Not all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We in closed session, so thank you. Thank you, board. Thanks, everybody, for watching.
Is he behind you? Like, is he on the West Coast or something?
He's roughing it up in San Diego, right? I know, right? At the beach all the time. I love him, though.
Okay, we're coming out of closed session. We're coming out of closed session. Board has been in executive session, talk about some personnel issues. Really nothing to share at this moment. Board got anything to share? Attorney, anything to share? All right, so I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, we're adjournment. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Aye.